Right, let's jump straight into this. I have been awake for half an hour. That is enough. I'd originally gotten up with my alarm at 10 to 1, and then I'd come down to be like, okay, I can, the garage is probably habitable by now. It definitely wasn't. It was too hot. And because I can't leave a door open because it's dark and the light and bugs and noise and antisocial, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, well, I'm gonna have to go back to bed until the sun comes out and I can open a door. So I did. But yeah, I've been awake for half an hour. And I'm feeling a little bit spaced out. So I'm sure this will go well. But that's fine. Definitely fine. Right. Let me see if I can separate any of this. I believe I can. I'm probably going to have to mess around with it a bit. So, let me get rid of the annoying spiky bits. I should be able to tidy up today as well, which would be nice. Don't like leaving things in a mess, but I've kind of had no choice. Although this is going to be kind of difficult to get to, which I know it would be, but didn't really have much choice about this. The Iron Maiden in my ears. Meds in my system. Should be fine. But once the meds kick in, I should be fine. I'm fairly zombified until then. And I had to check myself because I usually refer to it in a different way, but that's going to end up being TOS probably. ADHD meds, to clarify. Like, I'm not full prescription. It's fine. Don't want to be encouraging people to do drugs. Now you know it's I've only been awake for 30 odd minutes. If I'm already looking at things like, oh, hang on a minute, I probably can't say that. Fine. It'll be fine. There'll be a fairly distinct difference once the meds do kick in. So it'll be fine. But until then, I'm gonna have to be a little more aware of what I'm doing. funny. I was talking with a friend's mum, which sounds odd to begin with, but like, okay. So context: mate of mine's getting married, so I'd gone out. I was very honoured to be selected to go out with her, another mate of hers, and her mum to go pick her wedding dress. Um, I was talking with her and her mum. They were asking about like what do your ADHD meds actually do then? Because I was saying that like my short term memory is abysmal, um, and it still is. So they weren't sure like okay, so what do the meds do then? And the best way I can describe it is it doesn't like cure anything. Like I still have all the same thoughts that I usually did, and they're still the memory is still an issue. But instead of having all of these thoughts just kind of like randomly dotted around in odd places, and everything's difficult to organize and quantify, the meds just kind of shift all of those into more of a line. That's kind of the best way that I can describe it. And like, I remember I started off on the lowest dose they did was 20 milligrams, so that's what I started with. And like, I remember because I was super reluctant to get meds for it. When I first saw a specialist, I'd said like, the main thing is knowing that it's putting a name to whatever this is. That's fine. And she suggested like, okay, but try meds and see how you go. Super super anti. So I'd agreed to like the lowest available dose, just to see whether anything happened. So I did that, and I I am not an emotional person, but I bawled my eyes out, and I was just like, oh my god, you mean this is what I could have been dealing with this whole time? It's the strangest thing, and I was so like angry, and I think that's one of those aspects that people don't kind of warn you about. Is it's like one of the biggest side effects of being on effective meds is rage, because you just kind of end up going, you mean I've been dealing with what this whole time unnecessarily? You realize that you've been playing on hard mode this whole time, and it's just like, okay, that hardly seems fair, because it isn't. And you've been kind of unfairly comparing yourself to people who've been playing on normal, and then you end up taking these meds and realizing that, and like, oh, I mean, I'm still on a higher difficulty, but it's closer to what other people are dealing with. And I was just so mad that I had been kind of the expectations of me had been the same as people that were operating on that easier threshold. And I had so much to kind of process in that moment. And then over time, they kind of like up the dosage to the standard for adults, because that was like the lowest dose. Like, I want to refer to it how I usually do, but again, I think it's probably going to be TOS, so I won't. But it's for children, right? So I slowly upped it over time. And I mean slowly because, again, I am very paranoid around heads. So I was extremely careful. And yeah, everything just kind of kept getting better. And then I was able to do stuff. And that's how I've been able to do the things that I am now. Because, like, I never used to be able to kind of consistently work on stuff. And it used to drive me nuts. It'd be stuff I'd want to do. So it's not like I just couldn't be bothered, you know? But there's a lot to ADHD that I didn't realize was a thing. That's another big issue. Like, I had no idea. None, zero. Because I was never hyperactive or super talkative or, all the things that you typically associate with ADHD. I was never any of those. So I just assumed that I wasn't. And then, one of the genuine blessings of social media is that people will share their experiences. And I happened to stumble upon people talking about task paralysis and time blindness, and I was kind of looking at it like, wait a minute, you what? What do you mean? How's that anything to do with ADHD? So I kind of looked a little deeper into it. I was like, oh, there are different types. So I was, kind of had my mind blown a bit, but I was still being cautious with it. Like, okay, so it's social media, so I'm going to be skeptical about it, but I will look into this. And then the more I did, the more I was like, oh shit, okay, this is probably what this is. Because task paralysis was the biggie for me. Like, there would be things that I'd want to do, and I'd really, really, really struggle to start. And instead of doing stuff, I'd just kind of sit and stare into the void. And I'd be like screaming at myself in my head, like, are you serious? Like, just do something, anything. But it was a kind of overwhelm. And I would just be completely paralyzed. And I'd do nothing. So it's not the same as procrastinating, because when you're procrastinating, it's like, oh, here's this thing I don't really want to do, or I'm scared to do, so I'm gonna do something else. This was completely different. This was like not even doom scrolling, just sat on the floor in my bedroom staring at a wall. Like, it was mental. But like, my brain was on fire. It wasn't like I was just tired and like spacing out. No, no, no. It was like it was like being stuck in a Gundam that wasn't functioning, and you're just kind of running around inside, like, hello, please. do something, and I didn't know that that's what task paralysis was. I'd never heard of that before, and that was when I kind of, you know, started compounding evidence and putting two and two together and going, okay, well, I also have time blindness. That's something I've always had, because it used to drive my parents nuts. Like, for school runs and stuff, they'd say, okay, you've got X many minutes before we're going. It's like, okay, cool, yeah, that's fine. I got time. And then I could never gauge it. And they were always waiting for me. Always. It didn't matter what I did. I was always the one running late. And it was one of those, like, it wasn't deliberate, you know? And, like, I'd say, I'm not trying to do this. And it used to get me into a lot of shit. Like, they asked me to do something, I'd say, yeah, okay, cool. And then time would just pass. I would forget, and then, you know, it was treated as defiance. It wasn't. Genuinely wasn't. And I'd tell them it wasn't. But, you know, no one would believe me. And that is not fun. It's really not fun. There were a lot of instances like that with my parents. So, you know, it's as there are a lot of reasons why I have gone no contact with them. But that's probably a decent summary, is that I would tell them things and they would choose not to believe me. So I came to the conclusion that, like, okay, well, then it's not going to matter what I do or say. I have no control over this, so why would I subject myself to it? I'm just not going to. So I walked away. That's another story. Point is, ADHD is a lot more than Annie the squirrel in Over the Hedge, you know? Like, that was what I assumed ADHD was. But it's really not. There's a lot more to it. I mean, I ended up causing a mate of mine to spiral a bit the other day, because her brother and her dad both have ADHD. Her brother's, like, properly diagnosed and has meds for it, etc. Her dad is on a waiting list, but like they know, you know, they know. And having met him, I also can corroborate that. But I was, you know, she was describing what is literally task paralysis to me the other day. So I'd said to her, like, you considered that, you know, already having an autism diagnosis, the fact that ADHD and autism are often comorbid. And she'd said, like, oh, you know, well, probably not, though. And then I got a message from her husband afterwards, um, basically saying, do you know what you've done? and I did chuckle. I really did, because we're all very good friends. Um, and I'd said to him like, "Oh, what, you think you're exempt from this? You come up with political systems for Minecraft. You're included in this. You're not escaping. You know, neurodivergent people are like stand users. They attract each other. Don't know what it is. They just do. And he's not got any diagnosis for anything, so I'm just waiting. It's like, I wonder what he's gonna pull out the bag at a later date. Who knows? Plenty to choose from. Got a lot of options. We've all got something. I think I was just one of the first as far as getting a formal diagnosis of something, you know? I wonder if I even need to take this the whole way off. I can get this one off, then there's a chance that I can just leave the rest of this on here, and that might cause me less grief down the line. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I will do that. I will just leave the rest of this as it is. I will try to extract the main piece from out of here. Let me see. Let me see if I can do that. But yeah, all of this to say meds are not the worst, basically. Because that was how I'd gone into the whole ADHD thing originally. Like, I just want a confirmation of what I'm thinking this probably is, and then I'll walk away. You know, I hadn't really thought about like, okay, you can do things to help that. So I never did that with the autism diagnosis. That was just a confirmation, and I went, cool, thanks very much, and had a little crisis for a couple of years, and then processed it, so it's fine. I think the trouble with me is because I have my entire life, I have just got on with everything. Like I've never asked for any help. So when it comes to diagnoses, I've approached it in exactly the same way, and I just haven't asked for any help with any of it from anyone. It's like, cool, that is a confirmation of the thing that I thought was going on. That's all I'm here for. I shall take my leave. And then, you know, it's only if a healthcare professional stops and says, okay, hang on, before you go, did you want any help with this? And it's like, oh, actually, you raise an excellent point. Maybe I should consider that. It seems obvious to everyone else, but it was never. It just wasn't something that occurred to me. So I don't know. Realistically, I just find it kind of funny. That's just kind of always been how I operate. the moral of the story here is confirmation is great, but if you're offered help, then accept the help. Like, that's just smart. Just objectively, that is smart. Especially if you're in the UK and these things are done through the NHS, because it's like, this is of no detriment to you whatsoever. Like, you don't have to. The only money you end up paying is for your prescription. You don't have to pay for anything else. I'm going to tape this one up again. So, you know, if you're being offered treatment, then accept the help and see where it goes. Because there is no downside to that. I mean, obviously, like, personal circumstances exist, and everyone's going to have their own take on stuff. So, obviously, do what works best for you. But also, there are some things that are just going to be no-brainers. I don't like the way this one stands up. Thinking I might actually hack away at this if I can. I think that's going to cause me problems later on. I think it's just a bit too high. One of the locators. It's just not sitting in the groove that I need it to. That one is, and that's perfect. Yeah, that gets rid of that lump that was there. Good, okay. So I think I can probably position it like that, have it work. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to try and get rid of some of the crud stuck up in here. I managed to get 2 Power Slave tracks in a row on shuffle. That's pretty good going. See with that. Yeah, Iron Maiden. Jeez, I never actually spoke about that. I was too busy yesterday being extremely upset. Yeah, Iron Maiden was a thing that happened on the weekend. They were awesome. Like, I mean, it's Iron Maiden, so yes, awesome, definitely. But, like, they were super awesome. So good. It's one of those things, like, it's more than just a band for me. Like, that's my childhood. There's an awful lot of meaning that I get from seeing Maiden. not least because I went with my nan, and that's just the coolest thing ever. Like the amount of street cred that I get going around with my nan to a metal gig, unbelievable. It's it's the coolest thing. It's like, yeah, I'm with her. That's right. Because I know then when we went to see them the last time, there were people there that were older than she was. This time, we're looking around and we're like, hey, it might actually be you this time. Which, like, she was actually kind of stoked with, because she was like, "Oh, there's a lot of younger people here." Yeah, Iron Maiden are huge. I think because she grew up with them around. It's easy to assume that like well, she'd said like when we went to go see Deep Purple, that was a lot of people in her age group. Which I'd said, yeah, no, that makes sense. But she was kind of surprised with how universal Maiden had become. And I said, like, Maiden are one of the biggest metal bands ever. Just ever. Of course they have a younger audience. Like, I wasn't expecting Deep Purple to have many people there in my age group. No. Like, I was definitely in more of the minority when we went to see Deep Purple. As far as demographics, like there were people there that were my age, yes, but it was majority people older than me. But Maiden is so widely geared for numerous age groups. That's because of what they represent. Like, you'll have a lot more metalheads than you will sort of that 70s rock sort of genre, which is my favourite, incidentally, but Maiden Maiden is a biggie for me. Like I say, there's a lot of association that I have with Maiden. Like, I just it reminds me of being a small child and popping round to my nan's to help clean the house and dust the knickknacks, and she'd stick a record on, and it'd be Maiden, and that's what I liked. She'd show me stuff from her record collection, and I latched onto Maiden. Like Aces High was one of my first ever exposures to Iron Maiden. It blew my mind. And then it all just kind of continued from there. And then as I got older and I had more access to technology, I kind of did my own research. I found more songs, more albums, and then I ended up latching onto Power Slave. And then that's another thing that I've got a load of positive association with. So I always used to stick that on full album on YouTube whenever I was cosplaying. Just sat on my bed in my room as like a preteen dweeb, surrounded by foam offcut and hot glue. So now, I hear any of the tracks from Power Slave, and I'm immediately just taken back to those times. Like, music is extremely powerful. At least for me. It means an awful lot to me. If you'd be heavy enough. No. I'm gonna need something heavy. Still have this big old thing of glue that I can probably use. Still just clearing crud out of here for now anyway, but I think I can develop a strap for this. Ah, I've run out of tape, or no. That's fine. So, I think I'm going to learn from my past mistakes. And I'm going to do more Catalyst, but I'm also going to put more talc in to start with, because it came out shiny, and that was annoying. I don't want that to be a thing. So, I think what I will do is I will line all of this up as best I can. Probably around there, actually. Yeah, organizing this is going to be fun. I want it to be like that. I don't think there's going to be much I can do about it. Hey, that's not bad, actually. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm just trying to get this bit at the back as flat as I can, which is not easy to discern off the bat. I think that's going to be strong enough. That's fine. Yeah, that's the trouble, as it keeps falling back here. take me a while to wedge everything. I think. That's not too bad. And that's not leaning against anything, which is good, but also I'm a little dubious of it. I'm going to try and wedge under here anyway. I want it to be fairly even. And then I think what I'll do... Actually, that's not going anywhere, which is nice. I might use this to make sure this doesn't go anywhere. That should hold that. Okay. It's going to be kind of difficult to see a lot of what's going on with this, I think. Let me see if I can move the camera to be a little less awkward. I still need to be able to get in there is the trouble. Probably help if I untangled the cable from the webcam first. Let me do that. That should be slightly better. And I will try and faff all this way. Okay. Alright, you can kind of see slightly better. Looks kind of dark. Maybe I need to bring it over here a bit more. I'm just super aware that a lot of what I end up doing just isn't visible on camera. That probably gets fairly annoying after a while. Because if I had the ability to stick it behind, then I would. And I am actually getting hold of another tripod, so I should then be able to mount something in a better position. I think a lot of this is going to end up with me getting in the way of the camera, that's the thing. I'm going to be getting up in on that left-hand side, so I'm just going to be blocking everything with my head. Yeah. I think maybe if I take it higher up, maybe. I don't know. I might just have to leave it more or less where it was. So I am just going to end up with my head in the way. It's going to happen. Can't really avoid it. That might end up being the best view that I can give. I will definitely end up inadvertently hitting the camera with my head at some point. So I apologize in advance. It's going to happen. So I want to whack a load of talc in here this time. So I don't think I did enough. I think that ended up being why the end piece was sticky. So I'm going to put way more talc in there this time. then if there are annoying little bobbly bits, I'll just pick them off afterwards. Sod it. Whatever. Honestly, whatever. And I think I'm also going to mix much less what I did last time. And yeah, mix probably about half of what I did last time. I did 100 last time, 50 this time, and then I will just suffer as far as the math goes. Like, whatever, fine. I choose suffer. So, let me stick on the dust mask real quick before I talc stuff. Got a fan going, I got a door open, so I'm not particularly worried. But even so, like, I just want to be sensible at this point. That's just my preferred state of being. Vaguely sensible. Probably going to have to move this to be able to talc it anyway. But at least I have stuff kind of set up. I think it's going to be useful to be able to, like, move this around a lot as I'm working on it. It's also bothering me having so much crud on this bench. I wonder if I should deal with that first. I'll move this out the way for a second. I think I want to clear the bench down first. So I'm going to do that real quick. It's 7:30. I could probably get away with vacuuming stuff, but it still just feels kind of immoral. Plus, this is just a plastic sheet, so like vacuuming this would be a bad idea. I just want to get rid of some of this because it is bothering me to no end. I'm just so glad that the sun isn't out because I don't. The whole time I'm not like sweating over having a deadline. Oh, I can probably just get on, you know. Right. Rid of all this. So I want to get this done this morning. And then ideally, I want to use the like the bit that I molded to help me stick plaster on myself for the next piece. I also want to do that today. I might end up having to ask my nan to help me with that, so that could be funny. But again, if it's meant to stay cloudy today, then I can do that outside. That's whatever. Okay. My hands are so sore. That would be the glass in them, but that's fine. Right. So that holds quite well, actually. Still going to want to wedge it. Probably. I don't know, that's actually pretty good. Hard to tell. Seems pretty decent. Yeah, that actually seems alright. I don't think I'm going to need famous last words, but I don't think I'm going to need that. So I'm going to calc this to oblivion. I'm not going to be nearly as sparing as I was the first time round, because I think that's probably a lot of the reason it came out shiny. That is definitely the opposite of the thing that I want. Let me get up in here first. Okay, that's definitely excessive. Alright. That's fine. That's fine. I will deal with that. At least I can kind of like, shimmy it around into various places. That's definitely going to be a lot better than last time. Now I have to try and re-establish this. That's then slotted back into there. I've still got to dust this yet, so I'm not going to be super picky over it. Definitely going to need to vacuum later. Reminds me, I was going to Google something. I'll do that in a second. As is often the case when I'm lying in bed at whatever time. I had a thought last night, and then I thought, oh, yes, I must Google that. Promptly fell asleep. So, didn't quite manage that, to be honest. Just trying to get most of this out of the recesses. That's not too bad. Probably get away with that, I think. That seems okay. Gathering a little bit in under there. Seems fine. Right, let me Google something real quick, because if I can do the thing I want to do... Oh, never mind. Cool. That was an accident, don't worry about it. Because my phone was on my laptop. So... Ah... Interesting. Okay. Ah... Okay. Okay. Alright. So... I'll explain myself. Basically, the thought I'd had was, can I just mix talc with gel coat before I pour it to mattify it? The answer is yes, but it will affect the colour. So, whatever I end up doing, I need to do precisely, basically. So what I'm inclined to do is use a precise means of measuring how much I'm sticking in there. I just have to decide how I'm measuring that, I guess. So I'm now looking around for like tiny lids and containers and stuff. See what I can use to measure out some talc before I pour it. I just have to make sure that I do everything the same. That's probably going to be too much. I can use this, I suppose. I'll just do like a bit at a time. I don't want to do too much at once. So if
I use this and keep track of how many I use, then so crazy it might just work. Yeah, I think that's how I'm going to approach this. This all seems pretty good in fairness. Yeah, I think that's how I'm going to approach this. I'm going to mix stuff up with talc in there. And in theory, I can mattify everything. Right. I'm going to BRB real quick to acquire chemicals and such. And then I will be back to wing it again, because I learn never. So, give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. And I'm going to be winging. That's a surprise. Okay. Okay. Let me mix up some stuff. I did 100 last time. I do not want to do 100 this time. Cigar. Where are my sticks? I don't have many left at all. Fine, I ordered a bunch yesterday. I actually did that thing that I said I would do. It's a surprise to me just as much as it would be to anyone else. No, I still feel like 50 is going to be too much. We'll see. I think I'll do 50, and then if I don't end up using all, then it's whatever, you know. It'd be better to have enough than to not. Should be pretty much 50. Close enough. Then I want to do 5 of the pigment stuff. I will 0 that, and I will get 5. Okay. The attempt to get 5. Oh, great, okay. It went from 0 to 7. That's helpful. I'm going to invest in better scales. These are terrible. They're terrible, and it's unhelpful. I had a bit of tissue I was using to wipe all the stuff off my hands. Because it does just kind of get everywhere. Oh, hello. How's it going? Good morning, or good evening, or, you know, one of the above. No idea how I'm going to get out. into the tiny, tiny thing I have. It's going. Okay. I'll take that for what it is, I suppose. Hope it's going vaguely well. It's night over here. Ah, okay. Well, good evening then. More or less. What have you been up to? Jeez. What haven't I been up to? In terms of cosplay stuff, I've been kind of hampered by the weather. So I've not been able to get on with as much stuff as I would like to. That's been annoying. But the sun has gone in, so I can now be outside again. Ha 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 ha. So I'm taking advantage of that. And my plan is to be working on stuff literally all day. That's my plan. See how it goes. We'll see how lucky I get. But that's the plan. Nice? Yeah, it will be. Did you go to the concert with your nan? I sure did. It was awesome. It was really hot. And we were both suffering. But Iron Maiden absolutely made it worth the suffering. So, yeah. We were fine. We survived. It was extremely cool. That's good. Yeah. It's one of those things, like, Iron Maiden's always been, like, our band, you know? So it's just both of us sat there with, like, our jaws on the floor. It was great. It was extremely awesome. Losing our minds. I think I'm actually going to mix up some more of this. There. I think I'm going to double it, because I don't think I'm going to have enough, yeah? How did the mask work out? Ah, well, I never managed to make it in time for the gig because Primer never showed up when it was supposed to. So, I, things happen, but it's pretty cool. I managed to trim the edges down, so it's not so spiky looking now. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah, fine. I was being far too ambitious with it anyway. But it is here, it exists, and the edges are much less spiky now, so I just don't have a lot of room over on my bench at the minute to leave them to show you. But yeah, he's cool. I like him. I will be finishing him when the primer actually gets there. But yeah, not at the minute, unfortunately. Right, let me mix up some more of this. Oh, my sticks are so limited. Looks good, dang. Thank you. Considering he was a test, he's turned out pretty good. So yeah, I will at some point add to him. But at the minute, it's one of those like, oh, if I'm waiting for chemicals to do stuff, then yeah, I can mess with them. But the chemicals are the priority because you know those are the things that take a certain amount of time. That's the areas I can control significantly less. Still trying to decide how I want to paint him actually. Have you eaten and drank water today? Ah, yes. Yes, I have. That is actually something I have done this time. But only because I got up late, so yeah. Just kind of worked out fine, to be honest. These scales are actually going to be the death of me. Wait for him to jump from 0 to 7 again. Knowledge. Knowledge the amount of stuff that is in you, damn it. refusing to register. So I'm gonna say, you know what? I don't care. I assume that that's enough. Because it will just jump up. And that would be no good to me. Through it. I'm gonna assume that's good job. Thanks. I know, eating and drinking, good for me. I'm bad at remembering to eat and drink, so my friends remind me, so I figured I'd do the same. Yep, completely understandable. I absolutely get that. That's completely fair. Does these scales suck? I'm going to measure out the catalyst with a syringe, because I can't trust this. And I do not need this to go wrong, to be honest. That would be unhelpful. Feels like it's probably too much. But it didn't work last time, so I'm determined that I'm going to make it work this time. It's so going to be too much catalyst. These scales are just busted. It's a terrible time. I mean, in fairness, if you're reminding me to eat and drink, have you had food and at least water? I'm hoping so, if it's the evening. Yes, I have done today. Okay. How long ago? Because, you know, today is a long time, right? Afternoon around 5, it's 12 now. 12 in the evening, like midnight? Oh, that is late. Don't let me keep you awake. Yep, jeez. Yeah, sleep is a good thing. So, you know, feel free to roll with that at any point. Okay. I really I can get this to work this time. Let's find out. You're one of the very few I stay up for. Oh, thank you. I don't want you to feel alone. I stay up late anyway, so might as well be here. Well, I appreciate that. It is definitely a lot easier to do this stuff with company. I won't lie. Otherwise, it's just an awful lot of yapping to myself. It just feels a little bit odd, you know? Let me see if I can swish any of this around. Yeah, I can. Okay. Now, what brush did I want to use for this? I think I wanted to use the smaller one. I want to sort of push all of this around. See how it goes. Just adding talc, so it definitely thickens it up as well. Which can be a good or a bad thing depending on how I use this. I'd rather it was a good thing. So I'll do my best. But because the support for this isn't solid, I get a little bit stuck in how I can maneuver everything. I'm going to have to try and sit it back in its jacket in a second. But then I knew this was going to be difficult because of that, so I can't say I'm super bothered. It's just one of those things, like, I'll deal with this in a second. I'm wondering if maybe I've mixed up enough to do both halves in one go. That would be very nice. We'll see how lucky I get. Definitely gonna need to put more in here. That's fine. Let's pour a bunch down here. Maybe a brush, cling film. Cling film's not a bad strat. Might not be a bad strat. My main concern is having everything lift off again. That would not be ideal. At the minute, I'm just trying to cover everything that I need to. Along and down here. I can deal with all of these bits later. Mostly the bits up high. I'm not going to be able to see when I reposition everything. I've got to make sure all of this is definitely covered. Which, in fairness, it seems like it is. So, I will try and put this back in here. Like that. Ish. Nearly. Nearly, but not quite. Stuff on my hands. Getting stuff on my arms. It is impressive. I always knew this bit was going to suck, so I'm not particularly phased. Let me try and do it from this way. Fortunately, this stuff doesn't go solid very quickly. Time matters, but not as much as it usually does. I can afford to be a little bit bad at this. What do you want to be? You want to be up here. That a Zelda tattoo? It might be. It might maybe, possibly be. Yes. Good spot. I am a big Zelda fan, shockingly. I want to get more Zelda tattoos, actually. I got a couple in mind. But... oh, now this one's fallen out as well, that's annoying. Thought I at least had one. Now I have none. This is the opposite of what I wanted. Okay. I may have kind of, sort of, almost fixed it-ish. If I can just get this up under here. Try and stop it from falling. Where are you trying to lean? Because you want to go this way, which is illegal. You just stay here. You're trying to fall that way. So I'll catch you with this. Right. I think I may have salvaged it. So the Sheikah Eye, yes. Very much so. Rubber band, yeah, if I had any, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I taped the other side, and that worked last time. But of course, nothing is ever easy. So it's decided that, oh, you've already tried this, and that worked for you before. How about it just doesn't this time? really epic. But I think I'm definitely going to have to tape this left-hand side up as well. I think that is something I'm going to have to end up doing. Annoyingly. I'd rather not have to mess with everything. I don't think it's going to be an option to not mess with it. On. That's all running off up here as well. Maybe I've been approaching this wrong. Maybe I should just keep this down like this. And it's harder to keep that back. Maybe if I slide something up under here. Yeah, let's try that. That seems like it might be better. At least I can see what I'm doing this way. I might be able to do both at once, you know. Right. Story of my life. Yeah, right. Like, oh, this worked before. I'll just do exactly the same thing again. Oh, it's not working? Cool. That's great. Pretty epic. So I think I might be able to do both of these at once. Possibly. Maybe. If I am lucky. I'm going to try and whack some mold release on this half. I mean, it's silicone, so it should release pretty easily anyway, but just because I should. I'm definitely making a massive mess of this. But that's whatever. If it's stupid but it works, then it's not stupid. But that requires it to work, so we'll see. It could still be stupid. So I think I'll try and get more stuff in the other side. You're doing just fine. Thanks. I'm certainly trying. So I'm trying to make a cast of one of my armor pieces. It's driving me slightly mad. Basically, I want to end up with a super lightweight armor piece. That's the aim. I can't even cut the tape with these scissors. Awesome. I should have ordered some more scissors, actually. That's something I should have done. I was ordering stuff yesterday and I was thinking, what else do I need? I can't think of anything. I'm sure it's fine. I have scissors. Desperately need functional scissors. Because I do not have them right now. Not at all. Right. Let's see if I can get any of this up on here. I think I can certainly try. I wonder. Is this for a Zelda cosplay? It sure is. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Can't really see if I don't do it like this. This stuff doesn't really harden anyway, it just kind of goes thick. Hopefully I can get away with it. Is definitely annoying. I don't really have any other way of approaching this. I just cover as much of it as I possibly can. Fill in gaps later, whatever. Once I've got everything covered, I can probably realign everything. I just have to cover it all. least because it's pigmented, I can see any areas that it's not quite covered. So that's a plus. Yeah, the other half looks pretty good. It might actually not be too bad. Needs a bit. I'll check chat in a second when I'm, less compromised, so bear with me for a sec. I will get back to you. Just as soon as I figured out how best to mess with this. That's where that wants to be. This one wants to be higher up. Better than it was. I decided I was going to do it like this anyway. Yeah, I did. Ha, that's way easier. Okay. Get rid of that. That's doing nothing. Fierce Deity, that's the one. That is the one. My weird, difficult for no reason version of Fierce Deity that I've decided I want to do. I just decided I was going to make it complicated. Trouble is, try and make sure that this stays the right distance. Because by the time it hardens, if it ends up being the wrong shape, then it just won't fit me and there's no point. So I'm going to have to take this bit again, which is fine. This bit's staying okay. Can't do anything with sticky gloves. So change them. left-hand side is staying where I need it to. The right hand is being annoying. So, stay up there. Remember you saying something about it? It'd be really fun to do a Skull Kid one. Ooh, yeah, Skull Kid would be awesome. Skull Kid's one of those cosplays I've thought about doing for a while. Just because there are so many things that I'd want to do with it. So many different textures and patterns, and it's just, the ideas I'd have for that. Good grief. Possibilities, you know? I think that's one of the things that I always end up, like, the big motivator for me for why I choose certain cosplay projects is the potential. Like, I'm just always so excited if I look at something and think, ooh, there's a lot I could do with that, you know? I don't think that's going to want to stay, is it? I can kind of get it to stay. It's going to be interesting. Getting this to do what I need it to is going to be fun. Still got quite a bit left, but I'm not going to use any of it. It'd be too gooey if I did. Yeah, I want to do it because I'm rather short, so I fit it rather well. You know, in fairness, right, there's a lot to be said for picking cosplays that would suit you. Like, controversial opinion, and don't get me wrong, because yes, cosplay is absolutely for everyone, right? But the cosplays that look best are always the ones that suit the cosplayer. That's just objectively true. And that's why the ones that I've done tend to look good. I will always pick stuff based on what would suit me, you know? I'm 100% a short goblin, so I can beat him. Look, I wouldn't know, so I'm not going to comment. But also, if you genuinely think that that would work, then go for it. 110%. Absolutely go for it. The reason I picked Fierce Deity to begin with was, yes, obviously the potential and like, ooh, all the things I could do with that. That's nuts. But it was also because, oh well, and it sucks because this is the actual reason. Ah, well, I dyed my hair white for Astarion, so I might as well. I've since invested in a wig for him anyway, so there's no real point to that. But that was the original reason. I think I will then. Go for it. Go for it. If you genuinely think that it would suit you, then absolutely do it. Right. Um, I saw that cosmate looks fire, so cool. Thank you. Right. Give me a second. I'm going to go wash some of the acetone off of my arm that I definitely didn't just splash on there. Bear with me. I'm going to leave the mic out here. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Managed to wipe it off pretty quick, but yeah, I don't take chances with chemicals, if I'm honest. Question: how do you find the convention? Is there a website or a way to find out where they're going on? So I I tend to find out about these things through social media as standard. Like that's usually where I hear about stuff. So when I find things, I tend to subscribe to like their mailing lists and stuff, and then I can hear about various things that are going on. That's usually how I discover stuff. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it is honestly. It's mostly just I will get lucky. That's genuinely what it is most of the time. Is that I just happen to hear stuff and go, "Ooh, yeah, that sounds like fun. I'll do that." Like I've got Fantasy Forest at the end of the month. It's just like a big old fantasy festival, But I heard about that through Instagram. Like, I didn't know that existed. Went last year, and it was absolutely amazing. So, I'm going back again this year. It really, honestly does tend to come down to, like, just hearing about stuff. Of course, I've been going to events for a while now, so there are things that I have known to exist for many years, like Comic-Con and, the standard bits like that. Hyper Japan is another one. But it's all stuff that I just find out through socials. I think that's probably the big plus about socials. Just discovering things. Because, like, yeah, okay, social media is divisive, right? People have their opinions on social media as a whole, but it's second to none as far as events and communities and, bringing people together. It's huge, major. I think social media is one of those things. It's a tool, and it's how you use it. But it's great for events, gatherings, all those kinds of things. Brilliant for it. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to move this out the way. Now, I've got an Amazon parcel here, so I'm hoping that is my gloves and sticks. I have very little experience with social media, but I'm starting to figure it out. Yeah, social media, as I say, it is definitely divisive. You kind of tend to love it or hate it. Usually. I'm kind of indifferent, I guess. Like, I don't feel particularly strongly about it. But I think that's because I'm not easily influenced, I guess. I'm lucky. I never have been. I think social media is great if you know yourself. If you know yourself and you know what you like and you don't care what other people have to say about it, then social media is completely fine. But if you're impressionable, or if you concern yourself with the opinions of others, then social media is very, very dangerous. And that's why I am very anti social media for its. I was lucky. It's like I grew up with social media. It existed, but also I was never concerned with other people. So, like, I used it for keeping up with friends and stuff, but I'd never look at anything anyone else was doing and, feel a certain type of way about it. I was not bothered. Ah, gloves, bizarre. Good timing. what are these kids doing on that? Like, you're 6, what are you doing? Yeah, literally. Like, I've got a young cousin of mine who literally runs a fan page for Ariana Grande. And I'm like, my guy, when I was your age, I was climbing trees and shit. Like, what is this? What do you mean you run a fan account? How on earth? It's just nuts. Absolutely blows my mind. Yeah, right? It's so strange. It's like, okay, you do you, but also, good God. And like the kinds of dramas that people get into now. Kids, literal children. And it's just like, look, I'm not that old. I don't want to sound like I am, but it's just wild to me. Go touch grass, little man. Right? That's so real. That's so real, honestly. And it's so difficult because it's like, I don't want to come across as like an old man shouting at the clouds, but also just do anything else. Like I say, I was lucky. I had access to a lot of this stuff when I was younger, and I just didn't care. You know, people would say stuff, and I was just like, okay, that's whatever. Like I never felt the need to care, you know. But a lot of kids are extremely impressionable and painfully self-conscious, and it's just not okay. Like it just isn't. I was drinking out garden hose at that age. Yes, genuinely. Like it's tricky because I fully accept that like technology and the internet and things of that nature is Pandora's box. Once it's open, it's open. It's not going back. I get that. But I also think it's kind of dangerous to view it like that and go, oh well, guess there's nothing we can do about it. Like yes, okay, it exists. There's no going back. That doesn't mean you have to be complacent. You just have to kind of sit there and go, well, guess there's nothing I can do. Because there is. There absolutely is. Like, I'd be lying if I said that this cousin wasn't an iPad baby. You know? He absolutely was. No, I completely understand why he was, because he was a nightmare. And it always ends up being one of those cases of like, oh, anything for peace. I get it. I totally, totally do. But I'm also a big believer in short-term suffering for long-term gain. And don't get me wrong, I have no interest in being a parent. Absolutely none. And like when my mates end up having kids, I'm definitely going to be like the fun uncle. Rocks up, facilitates carnage, but gets to leave, you know? But I don't know. I guess I'm more invested in the bigger picture. Back in my day, right? Honestly, I do. I make myself sound like I'm ancient. I'm so not. so not. But I do feel like I am sometimes. Like when I'm faced with the kids these days, it's just kind of hard to be like, oh, that's not that far away from me. It feels like it is. Like a workmate of mine. I think they're like 21. Keep calling me an old man. I'm 7 years older than you. That's it. But like the gap, it does feel like a massive gap between us. Like our attitudes are completely different. I'm a lot more stubborn. I just kind of act more mature, which is frightening because I'm so not. I would never describe myself as mature. But it's just like comparatively, that's how it comes across. I don't know. Times are strange. Times are strange. There are a lot of like child social media stars and things like that scare me. that's that's where, you know, the anti-social media people, that's where they get their strongest arguments. It's like, oh, it's created such a divide between generations, and like, yeah, it definitely has. But also, back to the Pandora's box thing. If you've got generations of people that refuse to accept progression, then they're isolating themselves. I want kids. I definitely want to go no tablet yet. Nieces are kind of like that. I think there's a lot of long-term problems with it. I think it's hard, but the tablet's got to go. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Totally agree. I also think with a lot of modern parents, and it's hard again. Look, it's difficult for me to talk on this because I'm not a parent. But I think a lot of modern parents use technology. They rely on it more than they should. You know, like back in my day, you used to take kids out to do stuff, or you used to kick them out in the garden and to entertain themselves. Like there was effort put in to facilitating stuff. Like back in the day, my dad used to take me and my brother out into the garden and like we'd start fires and learn to tie knots and all the old school scout stuff. Make little shelters, learn how to make bows. They were never any good, but we did it anyway. I think now everyone's a lot busier. You know, you've got a lot of working parents who are like, well, I don't have time to facilitate stuff for my kids, so you know, here, have my phone. And I get it. I get it. I understand why it happens, but it doesn't set anyone up sufficiently. You know, like it's a little bit scary because I think if you're exposed to those kinds of things when you're younger, it just kind of strips you of your ability to problem solve. Like the generational difference in problem solving is quite stark, And I found that a lot with where I worked up until recently. Like, there'd be people freaking out over something going wrong, and there was always a very easy and practical solution. Sticks and fantasy with my siblings was the best. Yeah, exactly. You used to go out in the woods, you'd find a big stick, like, right, I'm a wizard now. Especially if you had siblings. And I think it says a lot about creativity as well. I think creativity has the potential to maybe not die out, but die back. Yeah, there's a lot that can mess you up as an adult. But like, as you say, the kinds of things that kids can be exposed to now, genuinely horrifying. Like, I've been on the internet for long enough now. Not a lot phases me. But even I still come across stuff and think, whoa, hang on a minute. I didn't ask for that. What? Now you do just think, imagine if I were 11 or 12 and I saw that. If I didn't have my sort of grounding, really sad. Yeah, it is. It is. It definitely is. And that's why my opinion on social media is kind of in the middle. I think it it can be a fantastic tool. It can be a brilliant way of connecting people and sharing ideas, but you have to choose to use it for that. And if you're a kid, I don't think you're you're less inclined to use it for those kinds of purposes, and you're more inclined to use it for gossip and you know just bad reasons. So you know it's tricky because I am very pro. I'm very pro tech. Like, we have these things, we should use them. But I think context is crazy important, and you can't you can't look at kids and go, "Oh, you're mature enough to use this for good reasons." Like that's not how that works. Like I'm not surprised that so many younger generations now have mental health problems. I'm not surprised because they can access so much so easily, and they've got no world experience kind of reassure them that like, okay, well, this looks really bad, but it actually isn't. Like, I think so many people now worry on like a global level rather than on a local level. And you can't do that. You just can't. And that was something I ended up adopting after uni. Because I went to uni, I tried my best, but I'd gone into it with a lot of problems that I was just ignoring. And I thought, no, it's fine, I'll just keep going. And then it ended up compounding to the point that, like, something just flipped in my head. And it got so scary and overwhelming, and, there was so much that I was looking at and having to deal with that, like, I just ended up kind of flipping, going in completely opposite direction. Just going, you know what? There's too much here for me to deal with. So I'm just, it sounds bad, but like, I'm just not going to deal with it. Like, I was worrying about so much stuff that hadn't happened. It was just like, oh, but this could happen. Now I don't do that anymore. Now I look at stuff and go, okay, it sounds like a bad attitude. If there's something down the line that I'm worrying about, I go, okay, that's a future me problem. And then I walk away. And I think the trouble with kids is that they're not going to be able to do that. They're not going to be able to make that kind of distinction and say, okay, like climate change and world politics, these are all things that are bigger than me. And if there's nothing I can do about it, then there's no point in dwelling on it. I can do that. There are things that I'm lying in bed at night thinking about, and I will say to myself, can I do anything about it right now? If the answer is no, then I'll put it in a little box and I'll go to sleep. Any tool can be misused massively. Massively. I'm glad you're doing better with it. Yeah. No, it's one of those things. It required me to have a mental breakdown, but in those kinds of moments, it ends up being you either sink or you swim, depending on your approach. I got lucky. I've always been lucky in that way. I'm very kind of objective. Like there's a lot of logic that I just operate on. Which means I'm also very good in a crisis. If I can just see things for what they are. You know, like yeah, it's super super useful. Like I ended up getting stuck up a mountain with my friends when we were on holiday, and we had to call mountain rescue, and we're all, we are freaking out. We are definitely freaking out. But as soon as we had instructions, then I was like, right, now we know what we're doing. Let's go. Went, and then like we were fine. We made it, and then like the next day, I woke up and was like, yeah, I'm fine. Yes, that is a thing that happened. Yes, all of us had at least one near-death experience on that mountain, but we didn't die. We are still here. We got back. Fine. None of my friends were okay the next day. It was only me. I walked in on one of them just kind of crying to himself in the lounge. So I backed back out again, just left him to it. Like I freaked out at the time, but as soon as like we knew what we were doing, I just snapped back into it. Like, right, cool, lock in, go. We know where we're going. We know what we're doing. This is fine. Yeah, no, it was really rough, really rough. Like when I say we all nearly died at some point, I'm not joking. But because I'm so kind of cold with my sensibilities, woke up the next day like, yeah, that was terrifying. Anyway, just kind of fine. Like I processed it all at the time. Then after that, oh, sure, whatever, I guess. But it's it's back to what the whole social media argument. Most people in their adolescence aren't going to be able to draw those kinds of lines. It's hard that having a level head is good. For sure. But it is just being able to look at things objectively. That is a massive deal. And it's one of the best ways to survive the social media hellscape. And then you're just using it as a tool at that point. And that's completely fine. Like any tool, it is definitely about how you use it. No tool is inherently evil. It's all about application, how you're using stuff. I have a level head in that way too. My body just tells me that I'm stressed after. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's I always get the same thing. So in the case of this mountain incident, like I was completely fine up until I had my near death experience. Basically, I was walking ahead of everyone down this very narrow path, and there was just a vertical wall to our right and a vertical drop to our left. So there was nothing to hold on to, nowhere else to go, just down this one path. And one of my mates accidentally dislodged a big rock behind me and shouted to warn me. I turned around to look at this thing, and it was heading straight for my head. And if it had hit me, it would have knocked me off balance, and I would have fallen, and I would have died. Like, hands down, I would have died. This rock stops just before it gets to me. And then we keep walking, and then about 20 seconds later, my legs stop working. So I just have to, like, sit, and then we call mountain rescue, okay. But, like, in the moment, I kept going. There's always a little delay before I will actually physically process something. Yeah, it was really bad. Like I very easily could have died. And I just kind of ignored it to start with, kept going. And then as soon as we were off that path, my legs just said, nope, nope, you are hitting the floor now. And I did. And I just couldn't go anywhere. Goes power down. Yeah, for sure. It absolutely just was. But it's one of those, in the moment, I will deal with stuff. As soon as I'm no longer in danger, then I will process things. It's not a choice, it just happens. But it is useful. is useful in a crisis, and I will always process it fairly soon afterwards, and then I can continue. Adrenaline is great. Oh, it sure is. It absolutely is. It is brilliant. And I've always been very, very grateful that that's how I process stuff. Like, I'm extremely lucky that that's just my system. That's just how I do things. It's not that, like, my friends are panickers necessarily. It's just that they tend to feel things in the moment, which is totally fair. But it means that I have the advantage at the time. The thing is, the more you use it, the less it stays. So now when I get kicked in the face, I feel it faster. Ah, gutted. Oddly specific as well. How often do you get kicked in the face? I'm worried now. That seems way too specific. I'm hoping that was just a random example. Unless you, like, play sports or something, then, like, alright, cool. I suppose I could understand that more. But I like to think that's not something that happens a whole lot. I don't know. Not very, but if I had a quarter for every time I would, I'd have two, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice. Ah, that's one of my favorite, like, quotes. I love that. I will never not love that. Makes me chuckle every time. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Definitely weird that it's happened twice. It's always my nose. Yo, that sucks. Can't say I have been kicked in the face much. Not that I can remember. I ended up taking a rugby ball to the face once. That sucked. It sucked, but, like, I was weirdly fine after it. Like, I was just minding my own business. The ball hits me square in the face, like, snaps my neck backwards, and then, like, just spring my head back forward, and it's like, oh no, I'm completely fine. Like, the guy that kicked it ran over, like, shit, are you okay? It's like, yes. I don't know why, but I'm fine. Like, it was fine the next day and everything. So I don't know, but I like to think I can avoid taking damage to the face. That is my preference. I got slammed into a filing cabinet when I was like 3. Oh, jeez. Okay, don't worry about me. Yo, that's rough though. That is so rough. Jeez. I think that's the other thing, like, when I was younger, I just somehow managed to avoid taking much damage, just in general. I had a couple of, like, fairly rough accidents, but, like, as far as I know, I never broke anything. The kid was mad at me for turning off the computer. Oh, kids are brutal. Kids are so brutal. I remember getting bitten by a kid because we were fighting over a toy. Who does that? You know? Just why on earth would you fight with someone? I think yes, fighting you is a logical solution. But again, that's because I was a weird kid and like I was just practical. Unless I wouldn't think to bite someone. I don't know though. I don't remember a whole lot. Wild, right? Fun fact: the kid that bit me has been to prison since. So I like to think that the signs were there from the beginning. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he was in prison for. I think it was something. I want to say it was something like theft or car related, or both. I'm not super sure. But yeah, just thought that was kind of funny. Naturally, I think it was. I think it was one of the first things my nan brought up when she found out. Like, oh well, you know, he did bite you in play school. Yes, okay, he did, but I don't think they're particularly related. Was funny though. Definitely funny. Then I like okay, I was no angel in school. Bit my brother, but I felt so bad, and mum was not happy at all. Yeah, no. I just like I was a weirdly practical child, and was like, why would I put things in my mouth that shouldn't be there? So I just didn't. You know. Eh, getting there, but it's not quite. He got home and I said boss music. Uh, yeah, yeah, that is so real. Back when my brother and I used to fight each other, that's pretty accurate. It was always one of those like wait till your dad gets home kind of things, and then we were like, oh no, oh god, game over, man, game over. Yeah. In fairness, like when we were like much younger, my brother and I were actually very close. Like, yes, okay, we would fight, but we were definitely pretty tight. We drifted as we got older. To begin with, we were pretty well aligned in the scheme of things. Although when we did fight, it was fairly mental. Sorry, that's always sad. I don't know. I think it's not such a bad thing because, like, I've got a lot of friends. So the whole family aspect of things never bothered me that much. Like, yeah, we used to have some really, really good times. And, you know, people change, and our home environment was an interesting one. So he did what he felt he had to get by, and I continued to not do that. That's okay. Yeah, one of those things. Like, we don't talk now. We haven't done for ages. But if he ever rocked up at some point and kind of owned his part in what happened, then I'd probably eventually come round to talking to him again. But I don't think that's going to happen. So we'll see. We'll see. But I'm just kind of operating under the assumption that he'll never change. You know, bittersweet. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. Like, on the one hand, I look at things and I'm like, I'm glad that I had the approach that I did, because it means that I managed to get out, whereas he is still stuck there. He's only 4 years younger than me, so he doesn't need to be there still, but he is. So I'm glad that I did things the way that I did. It was definitely the harder choice at the time. But this is what I mean by, like, I always do things based on the long term. I would rather have grown up struggling to the extent that I did, had the balls to break away. Because, you know, family's fun, it's so complicated. Yeah, so it is. So it is. Whereas friends, it's like, excellent. We have a mutual agreement, and the only reason that either of us is here is because we like each other. Perfect. That's fine. I can understand that. That makes sense. Everyone's intentions are pretty clear on that one. That's not an issue. But I don't know, maybe that's just because, again, I'm very just painfully logical about everything. Everyone's going to interpret stuff differently. Everyone's going to have their own bias and their own experiences. Like, I know that family is a massive deal to my granddad. Fair enough. You do you. That is totally up to you. Not that I mean to leave now, but it's 1:29 here and I'm very tired, so I'll probably head out. Please, please don't stay on my account. I'm very grateful for the company, but definitely prioritize sleeping. That would be a good thing to do. Thanks for hanging out. It's been nice just to, you know, ramble about stuff. If you ever decide to do that Skull Kid cosplay, please poke me, because I'd love to know. Just any cosplay, I suppose, but you know, Zelda in particular. I like popping in, having a chat. It's always lovely. Definitely will. Good. On both counts. Enjoy sleeping. And I will catch you again at some point. So, take care. Thank you for being who you are. That's incredibly sweet. Have a good time. I will try. If this works, and it'll be good times all around. So, hey, Nana, say hi. Yes, I absolutely will. Absolutely will. Catch you in a bit. Rest easy. Bye. Can I do anything with this yet? Is the question. It's tacky, but I feel like it might still be coming away. I don't know, it feels pretty okay. It's still not quite. And I will wait a little longer. And I'll try and do things piece at a time. I think if I start in the middle, that'll start curing first, and that'll give me a little bit of extra support by the time I need to mess around and move stuff. That's going to be a massive problem. They're two separate jackets. They have to be. Kind of a pain, but it's what it is. And I'll eventually be able to do something with it. It's getting there, in fairness. It's getting there. I'm just going through and trying to clean up a load of cups so that I can reuse them. Because I didn't order any of those yesterday either. I should have, but I didn't. It would have been smart if I did. But oh well. Okay, well, looking at what I've got in the cup over here, this is pretty solid. That bodes well. I might start prepping stuff preemptively. Probably going to need it at some point. So I'll leave it nearby. What have I got already? I've got quite a lot already cut out. Probably use a bunch of that. Definitely get away with using this stick. This stick is fine. Use the other end of this stick. The tray is a mess, so actually I can probably have a quick hack at that. Then a look at the main thing. Where is the palette knife I was using? Let's try and clean this off while I'm here, because there's just a clump of resin. It's going to be a problem later. So I may as well clean this off while I'm sort of poking this every now and then. See if I can justify starting to work on it. So I hope that the resin peel ASMR isn't too horrendous. I definitely need to lift a bunch of this off. Actually, I probably give that one of these. Just a little bit. I don't want to move this any closer to that. That would be a problem. But it's just so I can explain my reasoning. All of this is going to be an issue, basically. I can lift quite a lot of this. If I can lift it in as close to one piece as possible, that's just less cleanup. I don't want to end up having these weird little fragments caught in what I'm doing later. Hoping by the time I've messed with this, I'll be able to do something with the Velcro. Little pretty up there, but for the most part, I've got this big old chunk. I want to see if I can get it from. Okay. Yeah, kind of. I just want to avoid messing with this. I think most of it at this point. And there'll be a few little fragments I have to deal with. But so be it. I can lift off the bulk of it. Nice. It's just a much nicer surface to use. When I do manage to fiberglass it, which I'm hoping will be soon. Certainly seems like it should be. It'd be nice to be able to get all of this done, dusted out the way. Go grab lunch, and then work on dealing with the plaster after lunch. That would be the ideal. And I've got to try and and not get too OCD with this. That's the only trouble. I do tend to end up obsessing over tidying stuff. I also want a vacuum in here at some point, so yeah. Hopefully, soon I will be working on the gel coat. Then, once that's done, I can pull it there for now, tidy stuff up, blah blah blah, and then come back again to deal with more stuff. Different kind of stuff, but more stuff. In fairness, it's late enough in the day that I could probably get away with vacuuming up the rest of this. I'll meet the mic first, but I can probably do that. Rather than just like rushing it. How is this doing? Better, but still not quite. Shouldn't be long though. And vacuum out all the brushes as well, which would be nice. Because they are definitely full of a lot of random stuff. May have been for a while. Looking at least an hour since I finished the gel. Account gel coat. I've been going for 3. Yeah. Just don't want to end up with any chunks of resin in what I stick down. If I can get rid of the worst of it, then cool. Angle of attack. It's mostly just to kill the time. So I'm not tempted to jump in sooner than I should. That is a very real danger. I am paranoid about leaving it for too long, though. Really, it kind of feels like it should be fine, if I'm honest. Kinda does. What happened last time, I'm just very paranoid. I've done things very differently this time, so it should be okay. I really hope that it'll be okay. Let me just get off the most annoying bits on here. And from there, we will just probably vacuum up the worst of it. Just get on with it, okay? I don't really care about the very end of it. Mostly just that middle bit. That's the bit I tend to use. I want to end up putting any annoying little shards on my main thing. That would suck. I'm going to brush off the worst of this. Okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Looks pretty usable. I don't think I even need to vacuum this, to be honest. I think it's actually going to be fine. I think it's going to be fine. Just want to get these little bits. After that, I'm going to call it quits. was so easy. There we go. Right. Cool. I'm gonna say that's good enough. And I'm gonna crack some stuff. You then just get on with it, really. Because I reckon I start by dealing with the centre back. Deliberately leave the edges without a ton of resin on them so that I can kind of merge stuff in. Let that harden up a bit. It will probably help me to keep the shape of everything else. That's what I'm thinking. So let me see what I've got. Got this brush still, which is fine. A bunch of these. I'll see if I can actually get these. Maybe if I start with smaller bits, I can get it to work a little bit better. Maybe. I'll see. See what I can do. It's all gonna be pretty trial and error-esque. See how it goes. Well, as far as I can put resin in, I will use a new one. Again, I'm not chancing anything. Not with this. Right. And BRB while I sort some stuff. And then I will with it, really. So give me a sec. Right. I am double gloved. I have resin, it exists. So, let me mix the thing. And then spray. To be honest, just really, really spray. Right. So, I'm going to start in this back middle, like I said I would. I think it's gonna do me some favors. That is probably gonna help. I don't want to disturb the gel coat a whole bunch if I can help it. That's the only thing. So, let me see if I can get some smaller bits put in and up. Here. I think smaller bits are going to be a better way of approaching this. Get that in up here somewhere, I think. My Fitbit seems to think I'm exercising, which is quite funny. I'm definitely not. I think this is going to be the best strategy here. And just really take it section at a time. think this is going to be the better way of doing this. Because I can then keep the edges at the edges. Like, I'm not trying to spread it out anywhere else. Which sounds obvious on the face of it. But it basically just means I'm not pulling it around to other places. Like, I'm just pushing it up one particular edge. And that's as far as I need it to go. It's not trying to conform to any other shapes. Just focus on a specific edge. And that seems fine. I can then do the same with the bottom edge. Like along down here. I think it's going to be a lot easier doing it in smaller pieces. I'll chop bits after the fact as I need to, that's no biggie. See a lot of air bubbles forming. Just where things get dragged around. Which is why I'm thinking my strategy about keeping the edges separate is absolutely going to be the way to play this. I strongly think that's going to be the sensible way of doing this. Start drifting over toward this left-hand side, because that's the side that I put stuff on first. So that should be the side that is all ready to contend with. I think it's probably all okay at this point. There's nothing wrong with being sensible. Or, you know, something vaguely akin to sensible. What I'd like to see, I can get some of this in the snake. But I am going to separate it to absolute oblivion first. But it's basically just strands. Again, I don't want it to drag anything else off. just go in here. Okay. Be any conflicts with any other bits. I think that was where I went wrong last time. All the pieces I was using were too big, really. I was trying to pull stuff in too many directions. Whereas if I can at least get this first layer on and solid, I think I'll be in with a much better chance. And do some of the edges up here as well. I put this up here. The only trouble too big, it just weighs everything down. I'll take it right up to the edge instead. Right, like that. Seems a lot better. I don't want it to drag anything around. That's the issue. I think this is just going to be one of those slow and steady, meticulous sort of affairs. I think might help. I clear stuff up regularly as well. A lot of this is gonna get annoying and in a way. So I think if I clean stuff up as I'm going, I might also have an easier time. And I'll wipe it off with the brush as well, best I can. Change the outer gloves unless I'm not sticky and covered in muck. I'll see if that helps. I'm just so determined to make this work. It's untrue. This fixes that. There's a lot of stuff I'm gonna have to come back and cover later, but it's fine. If I mess with it, it's gonna mess with something that's already down. I don't want to do that. I'll leave that for now. I'm gonna mess with that a bit though. Start focusing on this side a little bit now. Take more of the straight pieces. That's not that one. Okay. Deals with that pretty effectively. And something like this probably works fine for the snake. Yeah. See how lucky I can get. I can poke in here with a stick. That's going to help me. Oh, it does, okay. Oh, great. Resin is curing too quickly, which is of no real surprise, in fairness. Least of all to me. Just irritating. Trying to deal with all the air bubbles in this right now is tricky. I'm also wondering whether this fiberglass is conducive with my laminating resin. It's behaving really strangely compared to how it's behaved in the past. And I have just started using the new roll that I've got. It would be weird because I did check beforehand to make sure I was using the right kinds of materials. So I would be mega cheesed off if that's what's been screwing me over this whole time. I would be big mad about that. Okay. I'll try and use up what I've got left. But after that point, I'm going to have to mix up some more stuff. I'm going to try and push this in with a stick rather than a brush. The brush keeps kind of catching what's already been laid down. That is unhelpful. Ah, this is like jelly. Cool. Okay, so that's no good. So be it, I guess. At least I can just kind of hook it out of there. Just use whatever is left on the brush. Try and get this pushed in and round. do think this is going to have to be the way that I approach this. Really slowly and really carefully. Yeah, I'm really thinking this might be a chemical compatibility issue. I'll have to look into it. I definitely managed to get it to work last time. Like it's behaving in the same weird way. But it's still solidified to the extent that I'd expect it to. So still works. But it's definitely a lot more awkward than it has been in the past. Which I'm not a fan of. But it could be all sorts. It could be the fact that there's pigment in it. It could be the gel coat. Like, there's so many variables that it's actually kind of hard to say why it's being weird with me. Could just be for the fun of it. Just that little bit of extra stress. Okay. I'm going to change my outer gloves again. Then I'm going to mix up some more resin and give it another go. But I will probably only do half as much. I only ever do 100 because it makes it easier to weigh out the catalyst. But also, I just end up wasting a bunch, so I kind of don't want to do it like that. It's just kind of sort of annoying, really. So I'm going to try and wipe off a bunch of crud from this brush ahead of time. Then I will mix up some more resin. See how it goes. I'll just do 50 this time. I'll do 50 and I will guess. Where is my stick? Give this a mix. And I'm very much just looking to do a bit at a time, to be honest. The tiniest bit. So, yeah. I can't go with this bit. Stick some more up in here. So I reckon I'll do the first layer the whole way along. Then I'll come back, do the next layer once it's started curing. I don't want to disturb any of that initial layer with what I'm sticking on top. That would be bad. Put this one down here. Kind of nuts how quickly all of this stuff is curing, but it is still pretty warm, so I suppose it's not super surprising. And as I am doing stuff in smaller pieces, as much as I'm trying to be quick, kind of can't manage super well. It's annoying, but it is what it is. Other bits that I got that I can use for the corners. Do this one. I'll do the same sort of thing. That seems to work out pretty much fine. It seems to hold pretty much okay. Annoyed that everything in here keeps lifting. I don't know why. Like my best efforts. Stick this in here. Wonder a slightly bigger bit would be useful in there. Just try and knit them together a bit. I think it might be. Just along this top bit up here. part where all the annoying little fibers are kind of separating and moving around, which is why, again, I don't think this is the right fiberglass. Because it's not behaved like this before. I don't trust it, to be honest. I do not. I think somebody has cocked something up. I definitely checked all of the chemical compatibility before I bought stuff. I don't see why this would be as awkward as it is. If it was the right stuff. I try and smooth stuff off with my stick. Again, everything's just kind of moving around and separating. It's the opposite of what I want. It's not staying put. Let's fix that particularly. Okay, that covers most of that. That in there is already solid, which is a good thing, I suppose. Yeah. Try and clear out this cup. I'd like to be able to reuse it again. Current state, that's definitely not the thing. Maybe later. I'll move it out of the way for now. That one will be useful later, but for now, I'll just get a different cup. Take the gloves again. And sort the brush. Just trying to pull all the little glass fibers out of the brush before I start again, basically. I'll do another 50. And I've got to try and get up into this bit in here. I don't want to disturb anything particularly. Okay, now I can see what I'm doing. That's a plus. So, I will mix up another 50. I'll try and do that other side. Alright, not a bad guess. 49. I'll take it. We'll roll with that. Really need to get another piece of kitchen roll. Wipe my hands. Right. Use this other stick. I'll try and do the same sort of thing that I did on the other side. It's going to be kind of hard to see what I'm doing. Not stopped me before. Not going to stop me now. I think a lot of what I do can be summarized by that, to be honest. I'll try and get a better look as I'm going. But I'm not sure how easy it's going to be. Probably going to be kind of tricky, to be honest. Wonder if I can get in like that. Yeah, kinda. Because that's kind of where I need to be. Or something like that. Not destroying my lighting setup. kind of solid enough that I can shift it round, which is good. That's why I did that middle back first. So that I could move things. Still needs supporting, but at least these things are now maneuverable. Gives me much better visibility on this side. Down here, I think. Starting to gellify, sorry. Let me use up the last a bit. Try and fill in this gap. I think I'm kind of going to have to leave that side for a minute. Just to sort itself out. And once it's hardened a bit, I can do some more. Until then, I'll try and do some more up in this middle. Use up what resin I've got left. Incidentally, not very much. This whole section feels solid enough that I can start whacking bits on top. Which is all I was waiting for. The main thing is, first layer is cured enough that I'm not going to be moving any of it about. That's all I care about. Use up the last of the resin I've got in there to keep this where it needs to be, or at least try to. And like I said, my head is going to get in the way constantly, so I apologise. There's not an awful lot I can do to prevent that, to be honest. And it just is what it is on that front. I guess get a small one in there. Maybe all of this is already solid, good god. None of this is any good. Let me rip up a bunch of this. All that can go. It's gone very dark outside. I think it's raining. Gonna take off these outer gloves again. I think this is going to be one of those things that takes me a while. But already a million times better than it was last time. So I guess I just commit to this taking a while. Whatever, really. Can't honestly say I'm that phased. As long as it works, I don't care. That's the only thing that I'm nervous about. It just refuses to work. do think there were several things wrong with it last time. I have definitely rectified this time. I also think I need to leave it alone for a little bit. The layers up here that aren't quite solid enough yet for me to be messing with. I might leave it for a second. In the meantime, try and clear up a load of the muck off this tray. Hopefully by the time I've cleaned up a little bit, it'll be solid enough. I still want to vacuum this place. So, I don't know. Maybe I do that next. Just don't want the brush to go solid. Because I also don't want to like douse it in acetone right now. That would be kind of stupid. Get rid of all the resin that's hardened in this cup. And then this is totally reusable. Not scuffed as a bunch of the other cups are. So yeah, it's chucking it down outside. Awesome. That is totally fine by me. I've been craving for rain for ages at this point. So it's nice to finally have some. No, this cup is just no good to anyone. I'm just get rid of it. Start piling up little bits and pieces here and there. Just to stop myself from poking things before they're ready. I'll at least try. I don't want to leave them too long, that's the thing. So it's not like I can actually get involved in any other activities. Because I still need to be keeping an eye on things. Oh, that's not working. So be it. All my hands are relatively non-sticky. I'm going to get another sheet of kitchen roll preemptively. I'm going to need that. I want to get in here, I do. I want to be able to see it better. Now I can. Still seems, oh no, maybe it's alright actually. Might be alright. Try and get rid of some of this blood. Varying success. Let me mix up some more stuff. Do another 50. At least I know that doing it at the time is the best approach. This would be fun at the end of the project, going back over the streams and tallying up how long it actually took me to make something. And even then, I'd have to add at least a couple of days worth of work onto that as an estimation. Where did I put those sticks? Why am I the way that I am? Found a stick, but not the other over there. Okay, fine. Fine, it's fine. I don't put things back where I expect them to be, they are invisible. Fortunately, I have plenty of sticks just kicking about. Ah, fine. Just this brush is sticky, which it should be, but just debating whether it's going to be a problem. Don't think it will be once I get going. That's probably cope. At least get stuff pushed into here. Bring it along. I think if I start from the corner, that seems a little more settled. So I think I will approach it like that. Put this up here, if I can. Just about. Again, I don't know why it keeps lifting. Having a really sticky brush probably isn't helping me, but even then, shouldn't be listening to the extent it is. I will have to investigate. Double check all my order info. Definitely not stoked with that. Okay. The second layer, definitely a lot less problematic than the first one. But that's not particularly surprising. You know. I'm gonna make sure that those edges are definitely which they seem to be. That snake is a problem. But I knew it would be. So it's not as bad as I was expecting. In fairness. Just separated into a million pieces. Deal with that later. Take one of these. Attempt to take one of these. Just splits off into so many fragments. It becomes a pain in the ass. I want to discern what wants to go where. Sticky gloves, making it hard to control anything, so I'm going to change them again. I'm going to try and get in and deal with that snake. It's causing problems. Do I have any smaller bits? That seems pretty okay. Use this. Also gonna whack more of this in here. Try and get everything to comply. Okay. In fairness, I might actually leave that bit. Just while it figures its life out. I definitely think that helps. Right. I think I'll leave that bit a minute. And I'll focus along here instead. Don't actually focus the snake itself rather than the edges. I can come back and deal with the edges. I'm just starting to get kind of cluttered again. Better. Makes it a little bit small. That's better. And can I get any more in along under here? I think I can probably try. Kinda sorta deals with most of the snake at that point. There's still bits I would like to fix. But I think I'm going to have to wait until it's cured a little bit more. Unless I can get just in along the top and no further. Sticky gloves, not the smartest idea. I would like to stick some stuff just along the edge. Up here. It's my own peace of mind, really. I think I'm going to have to wait for a little bit for everything to cure properly. It's going to be hard to see what I'm doing until this is all solidified a bit. So, in the meantime, I'm going to try and clear up as much blood from this tray as I can. Because you just end up with a load of little fluffy bits that are, you know, they'd be great if I thought I had enough resin to use them, and I don't. Oh no. Then try and clean as much of the muck off of this brush as I can before I ascertain it. But yeah, if I give it 32 now, I give it at least 15 minutes. So if I said around 1:45, check in and see what the deal is. So until then, I'm going to find the acetone, and I'm going to try and sort this brush out before it becomes a problem. It's already kind of a problem, but it's fine. The acetone will definitely sort it. It's already fixed. Yeah, I'll have like a mini clear up, I guess. Give it a little bit of time. So I'm not doing anything up when I fiddle some more. Running out of work surface space. Annoying. Order more acetone. Fuck. At least it does the job. Because I don't want to have to keep throwing things away all the time. Still needs more. That's fine. Realistically, I can do it properly once I've actually finished using it for this. And then it's kind of still in use. So I don't really want to use a bunch of acetone cleaning it up, knowing that I'm going to make it a mess again. I'll leave it for now. And gloves are sticky, but are they too sticky? I manage with this. I'd rather. I don't want to keep changing my gloves out. Not if I can help it. It's 38. The danger zone. So I start looking at stuff like, I could probably do that though. So all of that is definitely still foggy, so I don't want to mess with that. As far as in here, this is pretty much fine. I've got to decide what I want to focus though. Probably smarter if I leave it for a little bit longer. I'll change my gloves. If I leave it for a little bit longer, use this time to tidy up, vacuum stuff, blah blah blah. And then I can go in for one more pass. I can start from one end and work my way around, so I know that I've definitely covered literally everything. The snakes, probably okay. But what I might do is if I start with the snakes and then do the edges, then I think I can manage that. Okay. I'm just looking around at everything. It's just a mess. Just thinking, what can I even tidy up, really? I strain any of this. I wonder. I want to filter it. There's a lot of crud in this acetone, but I want to keep using it, so I'm just thinking I can probably filter it through something. It's just a case of, should I though? Probably objectively not the smartest idea I've ever had. But I'm going to try it anyway. Just because I think if I can get all of the little particles out of it, it's going to be a lot more useful to me. I'm just going to casually set this up over here. It is working. I'll just pop in and out every now and then to pour more stuff in there, and then slowly filter out all the random crud. Still too tiny. I don't trust that. I don't want to mess it up. I'm now 43. Okay. I give it till 50. I reckon. After that point, it'll be fine. little filtration system is actually working. I don't know why I'm so surprised. I guess I'm just so accustomed to my schemes being a mess. Like, objectively, definitely want to deal with the edges some more. That's fine. I can do that. I'll give it till 50, and then I will mess with it some more. I think that is going to be the way to do that. I don't want to add too many layers to this because then it becomes heavy and that defeats the purpose. So I only really want to do one for glass. It's just because there are definitely places I have not managed to cover properly. I can see them now as things are curing, so I will deal with that. Is checking that my gloves are still okay. I think they are. Fine, just where I've been handling acetone. I'm just like, I've been quick if it's spilled on my hands, but I'm just double checking. Bit of filtered acetone. Good for me. Nice if I had more containers for stuff. Not sure whether these other containers would be able to handle any of it. But at least those bottles I know, because they're for dichloromethane. I know they'll manage. You'll have another bottle somewhere. Put the new acetone in that one. And by the time I set up another filtration system, it should be good to mess with more things and stuff. Do I have any out here? Then if I put like an actual filter. May or may not work, but we'll see. Don't know unless you try. Let me doing something. It's coming out grey though. Maybe this will just be my first layer of filtration. I swear I won't be long. I'm just, handling more chemicals off to one side. Doing things that are only slightly dangerous, but they're not on camera, so it's not a problem. Get to that. Because for some reason, it feels kind of warm. I don't like that. I don't know what else is in here, but it's a little bit dodge. I have one bottle of chemicals that is more or less full, and I'll need to find somewhere that I can take them to actually dispose of them properly. But at least it's all quarantined for now. So that is a plus. Where did I put that water? I literally had it here a second ago. That sounds worse than it is. I was just rinsing stuff. It was all going back into the chemical bottle, so don't panic. I really need to get some more kitchen roll out here because I'm fairly soon. Right. I'll set this up again. And I'm going to come and have a look at this. Okay, I think at this point I should be fine. Mess with this. Yeah, okay. Seems pretty good. So I'm going to give it another 5 minutes so that I can manhandle it without, like, panicking a whole bunch. And after that point, I think we'll be in pretty good standing. Might actually see if I can find like an old Brita filter or something. I mean, I don't have any myself, but I can just get one from somewhere. If anyone's chucking any out or something, see if I can pump acetone through it instead. That's so messed up. In theory, I think people have put worse through Brita filters. Not that I have, you know. I've seen people put worse through Brita filters. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, but that is a future me thing, so yeah, okay, this is manhandleable. And there are quite a few areas that need proper attention. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this a bit at a time for sure. Right. I am going to mix up some more resin. And then I'm going to do some of this. This should be the last pass. It should be the final wish. Because the first one was just get something down everywhere. The second one was I'm going to spot fill the problem areas. And now this time should be just the final go of everything. Past that, I don't want to put any more layers on. It's just going to end up heavy. If I thought it was safe to call it where it currently is, then I actually genuinely would. In fairness, this was only 2. And maybe it will be okay with only a couple. I'm going to do one all over. It's just the safer thing to do. And as such, that's what I'm going to do. As much as I'd like to reuse the cup, I think that would be... Oh no, I've got one here I can use. Yeah, this one's fine. This one I cleared out earlier. I actually managed to do a really good job somehow. I'll take it. Right. So, I will mix up 50. And I'm going to meticulously go over snake first. And then I'll deal with the edges after the fact. fix this up. And I'll start the snake at one end. I will work my way along. Now, then I want to be able to see it. Probably just going to hold it like this. Hope that I can do the rest with one hand. Which is going to be interesting. Actually, why don't I use the thing? Like I did before. Probably because it's not really solid enough to do that. So I may just have to do it like this. I can lean it against this. I know that makes sense. It just kind of holds itself. Never mind. Cool. I'll roll with that. I can at least whack some resin in here. Fairness, the snake looks pretty good. Definitely need to tackle the edges. Keep in mind as well. All very well manhandling this, but it's not cured yet. Sorry. I may be asking for trouble if I do it like that. Might be safer to not. I can feel that it's very worn in places. I think instead I will try and approach it sensibly. Just really do it section at a time. Just to properly reinforce everything. Realistically, I can probably get away with just spot filling the areas that look a little bit bare. Just want to make sure any of the dodgier areas are dealt with. I don't want it to be really heavy. The main thing. It's already going to be pretty solid. I think I will just spot fill the areas that don't look like they've had anything. Like this bit up here. This looks alarmingly barren. deal with that. Where's this already curing? Good God. That deals with that. That looks a lot better. This lower edge actually looks okay. I think it's mostly this upper one that looks pretty sparse. And then there's this dodgy little patch down here that's not got anything. So I can stick something in there. Even if it's just a little bit, I'll feel better about it. Because in fairness, all of this is on the inside. So I'm not all too bothered if it ends up looking a little bit messier in some places. Like, yes, I want it to be even. Because, you know, these things are heavy. But if I've got an area that's not covered, I'd rather cover it. Yeah, this lower edge is still pretty okay looking. Just this upper one that is dodgy in places. Like up in here, there's just not much covering that at all. So I can fix that. Attempts to fix that. All along here. It's like it's just moved a bit. As it's shifted, it's just kind of pulled away from that edge. It's not ideal. Okay, that's then plugged that gap. Another gap up in here as well. And I can deal with that. I can find a decent piece to use. Whack that in here. just covers that. All I need it to do. Just fill that gap. And it is dodgy up in here as well. All areas that it's, you know, difficult to see, which I suppose is expected, really. But all stuff that now that I can see it and I can get to it, I should be able to fix it. Use what I can, what's left of this resin. Here is also a massive problem. Okay. Use up the last of this. Try and plug this gap. And I get more up in here. I don't even see up in here. Objective thought. I think that's the problem. I can't see in there. Fix that. I'm just going to take it out. all too dry. So I'm going to have to mix up some more. I'm not going to be able to do much else until I do mix up more. Take a little bit resin from the brush to try and fill in some of those gaps. But for the most part, I'm going to have to leave that for a second. Might be able to take a little bit of resin on a stick to kind of smush it down on some of the air bubbles. Do a little bit of that, just not a lot. I don't want to catch any fibers in with it, I just want to get resin. These fibers are going to upset things. I don't want to do that. That works out fine. And deals with most of that was just dodgy in several places. They're just still dodgy. If I mix up some more resin, I can fix that. Try and clean up some of this tray. And I'll change the gloves out, mix up some more, yada yada. Then I will have a look and see if there are any other points that I haven't actually covered yet. I know there is up in one of these corners. Really don't want to make this too heavy. My main concern. Okay, I think I'm going to give it a second. Well, second or 10 minutes. I don't want to screw with this, basically. Where I'm at. I don't want to screw with stuff. If this had a little bit more resin, I'm hoping it would stay down better. Mostly the edges that I'm concerning myself with anyway. It's the middle, more the edges. But whacking down a little bit more resin does help. I shall walk away from that. I might end up having to fix some stuff retroactively anyway. It is dodgy, but is it dodgy enough to matter? Because at this point, my big concern is making it too heavy. I don't want to do that. That edge is definitely a problem. Okay. I am going to leave that for a minute. And then I'm going to focus on this bit. Because there are a few little bits that are honestly going to end up being a problem if I don't sort them out. So we'll see. It'll be pretty strong, to be honest. If my original cast is anything to go by. And for context, here's one I made earlier. This is the failed version, because it didn't cure properly. But as far as the principle, same principle, but it ended up a mess inside as well. And there are a few little holes and things, and it ended up shiny, and you know. But it's bloody strong. So I kind of only really want to spot Quill at this point. I don't want to add a full extra layer. Just why I'm wondering. That's definitely just not covered. So I do need to sort that. Fine. So I'll give it till half past. And then I'll assess the situation. In the meantime, my acetone filtration system is worked. So sort that out real quick. And got my super dodgy bottle of chemicals that I actually need to dispose of somehow. I think once the acetone is actually out, I'll probably use this as the chemical waste bottle. Probably how I'll deal with that. Annoying, so I can't really tidy anything else up yet because I'm still using it. Try and clear out some cups again. Not particularly exciting. See what I can do, I guess. No point vacuuming until I did this anyway, I'm just gonna get stuff everywhere. So. Guess I'll see if I can clear out another cup. Like, flip this cup in the process. That's what I managed to do before. What's the time? 12:30, okay. Well, once I've got this in a decent position, we'll go actually have lunch. Then I'll come back to deal with the plaster. Because that's going to take a few hours as well. Knowing my luck. Then I do worry if I start that, I need to finish it. By the time I get around to it, I'm going to be limited on the time I've got left in the day. So I'm not sure. Okay, so that's what I want to do, is deal with the plaster. Might end up having to do it tomorrow. Because all of this has taken much longer than it was meant to, basically. We'll see. It depends, because I want to be doing stuff. See how lucky I get. Because in fairness, no, I have that, that's fine, that's doable. It is doable. I'm just not sure. This cup is so not worth trying to save. It's ridiculous. But at least it stops me fiddling with things that I know I shouldn't do. And get the bottom out now. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Yeah, I'm just trying not to cut into this thing. Then it's just a waste of time. Which it so already is. Don't worry about it. Right, it's half past. Can I justify? No, not yet. Not yet. Ugh. what? Give it another 10 minutes, maybe? See, this is the bane of my existence. Just having to wait for stuff. I hate it. Especially when, like, I'm kind of tentatively waiting for stuff. So it's not like, oh, I've got a set time that I know I can't do things for, so I will go do whatever. But no, I don't know how long it's going to take. I just have to keep going back to check on it. Super annoying. So I need to kind of be hovering around. But once I've dealt with those final edges, then I can call it quits, really. I have no idea what the weather's going to be like tomorrow. Oh, Jesus! Thanks. Fine, I just got jump scared. Don't worry about it. One of the biggest downfalls to needing to have the bloody door open when you're working is that people just show up. Ugh. Don't worry about it. It's fine. At least I didn't have anything important in my hand. That would have been really, really, really bad. I'm going to set up a barricade again. True story. When I'm working out here, I set up a line of chairs outside so that no one comes over to bother me. I didn't do that today because it was raining. I'm going to invest in a tape barrier. Not that it actually stops anyone, but, you know, there's a reason I put these things up. Because if I'm manhandling something and you jump me and I drop it, then I've lost almost 6 hours of work for the day. Right. Where was I? For the love of all that's good and holy. Ugh. Fine. Everything's fine. Nothing actually got damaged. I just really didn't need that. Right. Let me do another 50. And then that's going to be it. I'll use one of the sticks I've already got over there. Right. There's mostly just one of these edges and in the corners. Past that, I don't think there's anything that is super pressing. If it ends up being a problem down the line, I can just patch stuff. I'm not that bothered, really. all up in here that is a problem. I know I have double gloves. I thought I hadn't for a second. I've been jump scared. It's thrown me. Fills that gap. It's just up in here that is also a problem. Past this, I think, actually, not too bad. Hope. Try and get this in and up here. Let's throw in one more gap and past that. Really, I think it's actually okay. Alright. I believe that then covers the areas that just the big old gaps. There is one down here though. I can just plug the hole. All I need. Already pretty paranoid about how heavy this is going to end up being. The amount of resin in here. If the glass isn't going to sit properly, I don't have a lot of choice. this out of here. Don't want there to be a ton in the snake. Again, it just ends up heavy. Of no use to me. The whole point was that this was meant to be light. Light but strong. Seems pretty alright in there. Which is the main thing. Until the point I start laughing, and then of course starts lifting away again. So if I could just take my own advice on this one, that would be grand. My hands are sticky anyway, so I'm wondering I can just kind of can. Because that center back is basically dry. So can I fit anything under here? Right, too tall. And got lots of reels of tape. I mean, unless it just sorts itself out. Okay, cool, I'll roll with that. Right. There's quite a lot of resin left, but I don't care. I don't want to put more in here. It will end up too heavy. So I'm going to not do that. Right. That deals with that. So I'm just kind of going to leave that as it is, to be honest. I'm going to try and clean off this brush as much as I can. And I'm going to like properly ascertain it. God, this has taken so much longer than I intended. Like, I'm used to misjudging stuff, but this was impressively misjudged. Clean off this brush. gonna leave this brush in here for now to do its thing. Alright. That's done. Happy with that. So I will just work on tidying up, really. I have an entire bin bag that I need to get rid of. It is actually full of crud at this point. So I'll change that out. And then I will hopefully be back later with more things and stuff. But with the way time has gone, it's going to be an interesting one. Like, I can't really pull anything at the minute. So, plan is leave the fiberglass alone from now, just completely. Hopefully, return after I've grabbed lunch to do something. If not the plaster, then something. Because I hate being idle. No good for me. But for now, I am just going to be like vacuuming and stuff, so there's really going to be nothing else to show. So yeah, I'm going to say, really, that's kind of it for now. I'm going to go tidy up, get my lunch, blah blah blah. And yeah, maybe re-emerge later. But it so depends on what I can get done in what time frames. So regardless, I'll catch you in a bit. And yeah, we'll see. So laters.